Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Monday edition of the stream. Today, we are going to be working on scene map. We're going to be working on scene map today. I have a little bit of work that I need to do on it. We might switch over to Insignia a little bit later. I have, gosh, it's been a very productive weekend. I released a video. I cleaned my whole house. I got two things happened today that could totally change the situation that we had previously with our financial pressure, and some Insignia future stuff is also maybe looking up. So the winds may be changing for us very soon. Already got some confirmed work coming in. So that's really good. There was never in doubt. Okay, I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat right now on Twitch and on YouTube. We already have some people on YouTube. Welcome, follower Siege New, and welcome most recent subscriber Virtue versus Vice. Welcome. Okay, so yeah, I mean it's been good. This last weekend. I think I just, I've been noticing a change in my demeanor recently when it comes to this kind of thing. Previously, I would have gotten really stressed out by not having all of my ducks in a row. But the last month or so, I've just found myself in a different state of mind, which has given me a lot more confidence that things are going to work out and that I have steps that I can take when I'm not, when I have to pivot. So that's good. It's mostly just an attitude thing, really. So yeah, feeling good about that. Alrighty. So today, like I said, we're working on scene map, and I'll be honest, I haven't spent a lot of time today thinking about what I wanted to do on it. I do have some tasks that are just kind of overflowing. I want to introduce you, maybe today would be the day we do it. There is a tool that I've started to use in my own work, and I'm using this tool because the person who is making this tool, the team making it, reached out to me for my advice as a consultant. So I've been doing a little bit of consulting on this tool. And as part of that, I've been using it a little bit. Whether or not it's going to be like a long-term thing for me, I'm not sure. I'm just sort of playing around and seeing how it works. This is a productivity tool called Looking for Project. And I've been trialing it with Scene Map. So Looking for Project is if you imagine like a Notion or a Jira, it kind of lives between there somewhere. So you have tasks, you have, work that needs doing. And I've been advising a little bit on some features that hey, Too Good to Toucan. Welcome. You're welcome. And I've been advising a little bit on some of these features, one of which is this graph feature. I love my graphs. But this one is kind of interesting because it's a directed graph and it is a dependency chain. So basically, while I work, you can see work is blocked because you need to finish other work before you can do that work. So it's basically a map of your project and your milestones that you can progressively, fill out and then work through to prioritize your work. You can put dates on things, you can do all that stuff. So today, we're pretty much in this realm. I will be doing this, UX updates for event connections to it and attaching to ports. And I can go into like this tasks view. If I duplicate this and then go back, this view here, I can sort of filter by me, and I can filter by status. It needs to be like not blocked. So these are the tasks that I can do. Create inspector tutorial port for port setup. Yep. And then mock up UX for node settings in separate class. Yes. And then UX updates for event connections attaching to ports. Okay. So where is that? UX updates for events attaching to ports. Extended edge features. Oh. And what was this? Node settings. Oh, I see. That's here. Okay. Sweet. So, what will we work on today? I think today I want to work on confirming the UX for the node event to port feature, which we need to go to scene graph dev, I believe. And which version is this? Is this where we're supposed to be? No, it's the wrong word. No, wrong repo. This one. Okay, so I want to merge this into master because I trust Elzak. Pull that. I don't know if that's what was supposed to happen, but let's have a look. Okay. So the idea here is that we are supposed to be able to grab one of these, beep, and drop it on one of these. Bap. It works. That's pretty good. There are challenges here on the UX, one of which is the label. The other is the port. So they can connect, and that's great. But if I want to remove this, I have to press delete. There's no easy way to remove it otherwise. There's no like taking this and sort of like dragging it to nowhere, which you can do with the others. Like you can do that here. And also they don't look connected. So there's no like port appearance there. Now, there's probably some logic I have to figure out here from the UX side. Just on that. So should it look connected? I think so. I also think that this label right now, there are some real challenges we have for how that's going to work, or how that can work. And the current logic of separating it halfway between the start and end, it works great when it's going just between two nodes, but if it's going from a node to a port, this positioning is no good. So what we can do is we could probably assess where on the, like which node the port that its destination is, which node that belongs to, and then put the label on the way to that node. I think that would work. But alternatively, I still think that we need some, sorry, I just need to warm up my face. Alternatively, I still think that we might have trouble connecting the two, like visually, like the logic of it, of how it gets from A to B is not super visible in that model. So I don't know. I mean, the easiest thing we can do is just have it go like this. Literally take this. And it just goes here instead. Based on this position here. That's pretty doable. And honestly, like, I find it hard to know what else I could do. Like, I'm not even sure what other strategy I could use than that. That's pretty much all I can think of. So maybe that's just all we do, you know? Let's take a look at the logic for this and see if we can figure out kind of how to best nail that. So let's go to let's go to scene event connection view. Event connection view. It'll be a one-time purchase. There's no like subscription. No, we're not planning on doing that. So this still goes between two node views. How did he have that going to a port? Target port. Right. So that makes perfect sense. Well, I think that we could probably take like literally just these values. It's my birth month. That's nice. Update badge position. So the midpoint is these two values, local start point, local end point. And local start point is determined based on what? Where is this assigned? Excuse me? Oh, it might be in the... Here. In update picking bounds. Ah, that's pretty annoying, huh? So it's not too hard. I think we just need to do this, right? Take this. I don't know what this offset is. Where did we get that? Okay. But that shared index is going to be... Who knows where that is? I'm surprised that didn't complain. Oh, it is here. Okay, good. All right, let's see it. Well, that was a bust. I tried so hard and got so far. One sec, pals. Just getting a message from potential employer. Not employer as such, but you know, just the highlighted items there. Okay, so that's how much? 7, 8, 9, 1. 7, 8, 9. Cool. All right. So this didn't work. We know that. I'm still not sure why it didn't work. It might be the difference between local bounds and absolute bounds. So this is going from the start point to the end point, and the start point and end point are not local. So when I'm doing the badge position, I'm taking the local start and local end. And the local start, you subtract the origin to get that, which is here. So if I want a protected vector 2 get local start get origin. Well, hang on. Start point minus origin. Origin is style.left. So did we need to just add the origin to this? Maybe. Let's try it. We are fulfilling a promise. No, not lucky this time. Is it subtract? closer. But we now also have to deal with the fact that this is not going to there. This is going to here. So it's not just this point to this point. It's this point to that point minus the width that it's inside of the thing. Oof. That's really tough. That's going to be a really tough solve. Oh, gosh. My long hair. I miss my long hair. But there are so many more grays in it now, and the long hair with the grays is difficult. Hey, Alien Anomaly. What's up, buddy? How you doing, mate? So yeah, there's a challenge here, certainly, of how do we make it so that the badge sits here and not there. One of the kind of easy solutions here that we could look into is just having it be, you know, at the beginning and then separate them by the widths. It's kind of hard to get better than this right now. But other than, I mean, like, what's the alternative? We just collapse the labels? Or we write the labels down the line instead of along the line? That's kind of weird. So maybe what we can do is determine something like this position between two nodes that we're looking at, get point outside node, these start and end points. Maybe we can calculate them anyway and then determine halfway along the line relative to that, if that makes sense. So like, oh, this is kind of tough, but I'm just going to see if I can store this. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate it. So now this node gap midpoint, we take the badge position now is not the midpoint. It's the start point plus, where do we do this? Where do we use direction? Direction minus direction, 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 mid X, mid Y minus that. So mid is a position in space. We're going to take that away. We're going to say start point or local start point plus direction times node gap mid. Give that a crack. Nope. Local start. So it is local start point. And then why don't we just start with that and then work our way towards where we need to go. So I should expect the badges to be right on these diamonds right now. Correct. Okay. So if I add this, what's wrong with that? Mm-hmm. It's very strange because I don't see anything. I get nothing when I do that. So if I was just to say, what if we just say direction? What do we get? Okay. So what's wrong with that? Oh, that's really long. That's a big number. It's actually not the midpoint that we want. It's end minus start. Boom. Nailed it. So now you can read this and you can see that it goes all the way over to here. Hooray. That's pretty sick. I'm happy with that. That's annoying. It's not actually doable. It's better this way even. All right. What's next? So my first issue was this not being here. The second issue was this not having a little dot on it. So the styling of this, I actually don't know how that works. Port view. And then connection view. I imagine connection view is something that we add, we assign. Oh, that's going to be annoying. Wait, connection view can be anything, right? So why are we not assigning a connection view? Oh, because there's only one of them. Hey, this is right now this is a Unity game. So I'm in Unity and I'm making a tool for use inside of Unity. So this is my world map for my game, and I'm releasing this as a tool soon. So we want this to show up if... It's kind of annoying because there's a lot of searching to have to do here. But I guess if it's just on point to enter, it's not too bad. Wait. No, it's not on point to... It's not on hover. Thank you so much. It's on set connection. It's the fill element. It gets set to visible there. Interesting. Okay, then we need a public void assign fill element. Or just update. I don't think we should do that. I think we should say so that's the first thing. But then we need to ask, do we have a node here? Do we have any... We don't know the node that we're connected to? That sucks. Oof. tried using Unity before, but got overwhelmed and lost interest over time. After a bit of trials and errors, Godot seemed to be the one I have more chances of getting something done. Yeah, Godot's a good engine. It's not a bad starting point. So yeah, I don't know. Because we don't have access to a node, it's hard for me to even do anything with this. I mean, you would think that this connecting to that, maybe you would have some sort of like event connections list. This connection view is just on the... I mean, what do we do? Do we allow... I guess we're allowing multiple, right? Like this line can go from here to here. That... we need to be very clear here. If we support that. I do support it in my game. This is something that I allow you to do. So just need to confirm that I'm doing this right. I want you to be able to do that. So what else is there? There's really nothing else to do. Okay. If node connection... Oh, no. Nodes in Godot, nodes are these things. That's a Godot node. It's just like a something inside of the graph, inside of your scene. You have a scene node, and then everything else is nodes. This, I'm talking about this graph node. This is a node in my tool that I'm building, and this is a port. So what I'm trying to do right now, for those of you interested in following along, see how this one has a light inside of it? It's like white on the center, and this one doesn't. That should be the case anytime anything is connected. But right now, only one kind of connection lights it up. And it's when you go from a port to another port, that lights up both. However, I now have these event types, and events also connect to these ports. So my options are either I don't actually connect the event to the port. I have it like an arrow that's like next to it or something like that. The way that I do it here, I just have this sort of just ending before that. Or I make it light up if this is connected or this is connected. The difference is this is like an actual door in the game connected to an actual door in the game. This is, you called some event from this scene and it just should take you here. So it's kind of a bit more of an ethereal connection than like a physical connection in the game. I think unless we want to re-architect this, it's fine for this to stop short. But I think I'd still want it lit up either way. So now instead of the event, yeah, I'm allowing people to change scenes with events. So it's like on timeout or on game over, on level complete, as opposed to in a Metroidvania, it's like you go through this door and it takes you to that door or that door. They're just different conditions to end a level or to transition between levels. On this project, on the graph thing, I mean, I started it in 2020 and I've worked on it maybe a month every 2 years. It's now pretty much ready for release. So yeah, it used to be just a bunch of gray boxes with names for the levels. Now it's like the previews get updated automatically and it's doing a whole bunch of stuff. So I think I still want the light to show up, which means I need to I guess go like public event connection views. Yeah, I mean, it's been like 3 months total. It's not too long. That's okay. No worries. Event connection views. Okay. Correct. No, I guess you can't really do that. Oh, this is nothing. There's like 100,000 lines in the project. This is like a couple hundred. No. I wouldn't. It's not about that. It's not about in the level. It's just about literally, I want to light up the dot. It's a UI problem. It's not anything to do with the actual game. So set target port and then like unregister. Okay, let's try that. No, it's don't worry about it. It's to specifically make the port light up in a very specific scenario. So like there, it didn't work. Now it's lit, even if it shouldn't be. It's just a UI. It's literally a UI problem. Nothing else. So that, oh, that didn't work. Okay. Hey, Peter Paul. The FromSoft birthday gaming. Yeah, it went well. We started playing with Demon Souls, and we got, I would say, a quarter of the way through Demon Souls. We're gonna hang out again on Friday and see if we can get further in. I can finish Demon Souls in 7 hours. Together, it's been too long since I've done that. And together we were sort of passing the controller. I think we were doing well, but like we got so lost in the Prison of Hope. That friggin' map sucks, man. It sucks. So we're kind of doing what is eventually another first time. Well, it's 3 of us. We're doing like what feels like a first time playthrough, because we just don't remember where any of the good items are or anything. So we're sort of scraping every corner as you would on a first time playthrough, which means I think it's going to be hard to get through all the FromSoft catalog before my baby is due. Yeah. Yo, Fitz here. It's all good. Don't worry about it. I'll think out loud and I'll solve it myself. So that connected, and then when we add event connection this, I think the problem is that when we do this, we also need to update fill element. I think that's what we were missing. Let's try that. Hey, there we go. Delete this. Fixed. Okay, now it's lighting up correctly. Light up. Delete. Light up. Light up. Delete. Delete. Perfect. Okay, we're good. All right, that gets us pretty much exactly what I wanted for this feature. Now the question is, what's next on my list? Update UX updates for event connections attaching to ports. Well, that feels like it's done. And now, I guess that's it. Like, what else can I do with these? There's not really a better... thing that needs to happen. That's not great. Unfortunately, I don't know how to solve it. That's so difficult to solve. How? How would I even? Like stagger them horizontally, maybe? Dude, I have no idea. I think you just got to deal with that. Like, I don't think I can help you. You know what I mean? If it's like an event from this level to, oh, that's weird. From that level to that level, and then from this level to this specific port on the same level. I mean, even that worked better. I don't know. I guess I'm doing my best here. Okay. I have to, that's as best as I can get. I can't make it tighter than that. So now we go back over to node settings, mock up the UX for node settings in a separate class. So what this is when you click on this guy and you click on this, right now you get this like node edit menu where the game goes to that scene and then shows a preview of that scene inside of the thing. And you can muck around with it inside of there. You can spin it around. You can do different things. That for us right now is not what I want that to do. It's going to go into a, basically I want this menu, this inspector, to show the settings for the node when you click this. So right now it shows just like an event because I've got an event highlighted. If I have a node highlighted and I press this button, I want that to reveal this in the inspector. And then in the inspector, we can display settings to change how the node works. So I don't yet, I kind of am blocked for this a little bit. I can design this, but I'm kind of needing for Elzac to finish this for me to do that. Like, I don't really know even, I guess I could make something that's kind of just, that kind of just displays a bunch of settings, but I don't know where it would go, or I'd rather not do it first. I'd rather wait for him to be done with that. In fact, it might even have to happen after this. I mean, I've done the mock-up for this, but honestly, this kind of goes there and this goes there. Maybe this is like basic. Even this doesn't make sense to do here. Not until after we test it. Why am I doing that? In which case, this is just not a thing. Unless I really can do it, what does it mean for me to do that task? I go in and I create a bunch of settings in a panel that I don't know exactly what they need to be yet. It's not right. We need to I think we need to test custom settings. I think we need to do that first. That's the most important thing. Then we can do the rest of it. So then what does that leave me with? Create inspector tutorial for port setup. Okay, that one's not too bad. I can do that. So, so it's basically what happens when you press this button. Ugh. Sorry, chat. Yawny today. Okay. So we are here. You've pressed this button. And then what happens? You press the button and let's write it out. Press button. Have I written this down anywhere? Inspector tutorial for port setup. Attach a component to your doors. Better to do it with a prefab. Okay, I've already written this out. So how do I deliver this information to the user? You've clicked this thing. It says create port connection. And maybe that's not quite what that should look like, because that shouldn't be, this is the connection. This is just the port itself. It should be like create new port or something like that. So basically, let's just go over here. What are all of these empty spaces? Okay. So the idea is door is here. We need to show them something that looks like this. That's what I'm doing right now, providing instructions. We're literally doing that. No, it's for people who use Unity to download this, to use it in their projects. Hey, Conrakes. Nice to meet you. If you could make your YouTube channel all over again, would you go down that tutorial path still? The tutorial path was the path of least resistance. There was no other path. Like, that's the path that was presented to me. So it wasn't really that much of a choice. It was just like, people like to watch this. I will make this. I imagine if I did it the same way, it would just go the same way. No, I didn't hear about the updates. We can check them out. Nice. Okay. Oh, that's cool. Previews? That's so cool. I would write shaders if I could see this. Instead of using shader graph. And then what's this? Offset transform of control nodes. I don't know about that. Creating games entirely on Android. That's cool. Drawing on a texture. Buffer. Rendering device. This is so that you can make Mecha Chameleon. That's what this is for. Yeah, I mean, I get this. I just think like you can solve this by just having another transform. You just wrap the transform in another transform. No? Fair enough. New vector measurement tool for 3D editor, automatic smoothing option for CSG nodes, 3D vertex snapping, one-way collision, gradient texture 2D, tree drag and drop, filter log, font size aware, rich text, nearest neighbor scaling option. Show me like one of your PS1 girls. That's pretty good. Atlas textures, and then editor. Oh, we're making Breath of the Wild. Method signals properties. Now use monospace font. Copy and paste sections of the inspector. 2D scene painter. Project manager now depicts version discrepancies. Okay. Yeah. That's fine. Animation editor nodes are now collapsible. Okay. I'd like to review this, but I wasn't super happy about how these worked at all in the previous versions that I used. I'm sort of waiting. Honestly, I'm like waiting on them to fix timeline. I love virtual joysticks. It's looking pretty good, man. Oh, that's cool. Good stuff. So, back to working on my Unity tool. Attach a component to your doors. So it'll be like oh. I don't think there's a skew option here. Okay. Excuse me. Oh, it made it an image? Whatever, dude. I'm working too hard for this shadow. No, it's not that I didn't like Godot. It's just that I thought it was a bit premature. It just wasn't where it needed to be yet. I do like it. Just don't love it. You know what? The best part of Godot is that it's open source. Like, it's a great project. It deserves a lot of support. It deserves to succeed. I want it to succeed because I like competition in the space. And I want to see more good engines get made. Okay. This is Figma right now. It's a UI design tool. Hello, Ryan Berry. I am not. So that's 1, 2, 3. Game progress is going pretty well. Had a nice meeting today with a potential development partner who might be helping me finish it together. So that we can pitch to a publisher. It did go well. This is a friend of mine who runs a local studio that's a similar size to mine, but they deal with just the back half of development. They take a lot of contracts to finish games, and they do a lot of client work. So it's like, I mean, they make games end to end, but for like bigger games, they do a lot more porting and distribution. They do development, and they do production management. So this friend of mine is a developer who is also a producer who runs a company that has other developers and other staff. And I reached out to him because the alternative would be that I would need to I'd need to otherwise hire a bunch of people. So it's more straightforward to engage his company directly and say, hey, let's work together, than for me to hire and find 7 more developers. Yeah, there would be another split, but that's okay. I mean, right now there is no split. I'm the only one who has all of the share. So yeah. What do I recommend for noob game devs? You have ideas, you just don't know how to code them. I understand loops and arrays, that's about it. I mean, someone's diary, that's a really, what's the word? There's a big gap between ideas and being a game developer. And being a game developer means one way or another making the decisions that actually go into the game being finished, not just the concept for the game. So for you, it's like, do you want to be a developer? Do you want to make the game? If you want to make it, then developing it, with code at least is part of that, because that's how you assign the decisions into the thing. That's how you encode them. if you just want to be a designer, then I would consider that. I mean, it's a different path, but I think you have to know what you like and what you are prepared to spend time investing yourself into. That's the most important thing. Yeah, because there's an insanely long journey between I have ideas and I want to make a game because I play games and I know what I like and I think I know how to make games better than what they are. That's a fine starting place, but there's so much more than that involved. That's like the first step of like 1,000, you know? You have to be making games to be a good designer. And so making involves some way or another they need to be built. Whether you have someone that you work with who builds them, or that you work for, where you're a small part of that design team, or you're making them yourself, that's up to you. Glowsmade says, I've been following you a bit, might be random, but what's your take on LLMs plus game development with the way things are looking with AI in the near future? I considered making a video about this weekend, and I wrote a whole thing about it. I don't know if you're interested in seeing it, but maybe I'll spend a bit of time today, since I'm sort of idling a little, giving you the sort of like dot point version, the bullet point version of what this video would be. I don't feel comfortable enough publishing this as an official stance on AI. I don't have an official stance on AI because it's moving too quickly for me to know how to feel about it. And I just don't think that although I'm confident in my opinions, I don't feel confident ascribing those opinions to other people and trying to advocate for one thing or another. So I'll preface it with that. However, my personal understanding rather than my official stance is something like this. So AI, look, it's having a big impact on the industry. I see that industry as being a few different slices, right? Obviously developers, people who like actually make the games or just write code, they're seeing a huge change. People who write code are using AI. That's just happening right now already. They're not talking about whether they should use it. They're talking about how they should use it. They're talking about to what extent. Then there's the markets. So obviously markets create, the markets want games to exist. They want code to exist. They want products to exist. They want them to be cheap. There is a promise here for cheap development and fast development, but it's creating a lot of instability, a lot of risk. People don't know what to do. People don't know how to think. They don't know where to invest or how to invest that money or whether humans are worth investing in. So it's just a lot of crazy instability right now. There's also a lot of ethical and moral questions to do with generative AI that are not insignificant either. For us, it's really a question of like, is there an acceptable use? Is there a way to do this right? Or is it all horrible? Or is it all anarchy and you just do whatever you want because like, who cares? There are ways to answer that question, I think, for me. The first is like, okay, what are the things that are at risk here? What are the things that we actually care about that we don't want to lose? The first is like the technical side. So building things, we value human accountability. If someone builds something and all your data gets stolen, you can sue them, right? You can sue a human for mishandling your data. You can't sue a robot. So ultimately, this can't go away for legal reasons, but also just for trust. We need to have humans that we trust in, because of accountability. The second is competence and knowledge. It's important to me. I think that as a human, it's important for humans to be capable. And so the risk of humans becoming less capable with AI is actually something that I'm concerned about, and knowledge being less well preserved. That's possible, right? People can, if you defer your intelligence to something else, you become less intelligent. Okay, then there's the creative concerns. So like human expression of intent and expression in general, human-made art is important. That's just, of course, right? If without humans, it's what is this? What's this all for? Hey, Swizz, thank you so much for the sub. And then obviously like protections over things like copyright. So like all of the AI is being trained on stuff that humans already made. So like, do they not deserve some of that pie? Right? Like what are we doing here if everything is being stolen and nothing is ours anymore? So that's a concern. Then there's the economical concerns, right? Like people currently, most of us operate in Western capitalist societies. So what happens when the jobs are all gone and you're a developer? What do you do with your skills? How do you make money? Right? So there's a lot of stuff here that we care about that we don't want to lose. We don't want to lose, right? We still want opportunity. We still want to be able to trust the stuff that gets built. We still care about expressing ourselves and using our brains. So how do we do that if the AI is just cheaper and better? Hey, thanks for the sub. So totally worth caring about. Okay. Then we have, I guess, just like my take on this, like what I think from like a personal perspective, coming as like, what should I do? What's worth it for me? That's a different question. So the fundamental thing is like, I think that I'm a humanist, right? I care about people. I don't care about economies. I don't care about markets. I don't care about anything except the human experience, like us. That's who I care about. So for me personally, not even just us, but me, the question I ask myself is, am I using this tool to invest in my intelligence or to avoid investing in my intelligence? It's two completely different things. Is this making me smarter, or is this compensating for the fact that I am not smart and don't want to be smart? That is the fundamental distinction for me when using AI. Am I leaning in or am I leaning back? If you're leaning in, if you're reading all the text and you're understanding what's happening and you're being critical and you're using your brain and you're learning, that's great. That's amazing. If you're going, give me this thing, I don't know, press enter. Yeah, sure. Press commit, push to master. There's a problem, right? You aren't getting better at development when you just become a client. So that's my personal standard for me. All of the ethics of outside of that aside, all the market ethics aside, and the creative ethics aside, this is just like as a human trying to just live. Then I have like, these are the ways in which I think you can be doing that right or wrong. So like acceptable to me, and again, personal standard for now. I'm not committed to this, but like for me right now, anything that expedites a known or repetitive task with no creative or expressive scope to it, I think is permissible. Like taking notes in a meeting, I think that's okay. Like changing a data file from JSON to some other JavaScript container, or like, file conversion, or renaming files, or anything that's like a batch process, right? Boilerplate, right? That to me, that's like, there's nothing about that work that would be different if I did it, or if I did it tomorrow, or a different me did it on a different day, or if I had different experiences. It's just like, it just needs to be done. There's a right way to do it. The next is like troubleshooting. So like, why is this code broken? Show me where it's broken. Or please double check this. Show me if you can find any errors. Forcing me to be more critical is great. That's nothing wrong with that. The next is like in education. So like, tell me how this works. Tell me what I should, like, help me structure a plan to do this task. That's great too. I don't think that's a problem at all. So then becomes problematic stuff. So problematic stuff is like slop. Slop to me is I have a very clear definition of what slop is. Slop is anything that is not informed by authentic human experience. Like if you do something, like anything that's fully automated is slop because there's no human element to it. But even if you are a human doing things for only commercial reasons, for example, like let's say you edit your videos in a way where your thumbnails are engineered to be the most clickable. And it's not about your video content, it's just about getting people to click. You're not trying to make an accurate thumbnail, you're just trying to make the most clickable thumbnail. Clickbait is slop. So anything that takes away the genuine, honest, true experience of a thing in favor of essentially playing to an algorithm, that's what slop is. So particularly in design and development and art, like any asset, I just think of as slop if it's AI generated. And any design features, like if I say, make me a player controller, and the player controller, I don't touch any of the numbers. Like I just go, make me a player controller for a 2D side-scrolling game, go. And then it just makes something. And then I go, okay. And I don't think about the jump height. I don't think about the skidding. I don't think about coyote time. I don't think about edge control or mechanics. I don't think about acceleration speed or stuff. If I don't think about any of that stuff, it's slop. Like you haven't designed something. You just asked for, again, like the most average version of what a player controller is. And it's going to feel generic and boring. So that's my opinion. And then sleep. So literally I just think it's bad for you to not be engaged. Just for your cognitive health, I don't think it's good to switch off on work that you're responsible for, but that you're not making or thinking about, being critical over. So to me, this is where it's a problem. And then I have a bunch of predictions. I wrote this in like 10 minutes, so please don't hold me to any of this. I think that AI will become more widely used in the industry. I think it'll become cheaper and it'll do more. That's the first thing. Then I think it will become a little more expensive too. Like there'll be a point where the minimum cost goes down and then it will become a subscription. The subscription cost will go up to suck more money out of you, right? Like once it's a profitable product, it will become enshittified. So the people who own the AI companies will up the prices, not because they need to cover their costs, but because they want to maximize profits. Then I don't think people will change their thoughts about AI. I think anything that feels like it was made by an AI will remain disgusting. I think that's just going to be the case. Whether or not they can tell something is AI is a different question, but as long as they can tell, they won't like it. I think that the skills to produce work by hand will become more valuable, not less. And I think that the divide between competence and incompetence will widen. So the people who are using AI to lean in, to make themselves smarter, those people are going to become much, much better at their job than the people who can't do that. Like you'll see people literally become 10x versus people who are 1x. And particularly in the production of novel work or work that requires greater directorial control. So like people who actually have taste and actually know how to do the work will make more novel, more interesting things with AI than people who don't know how to build things themselves. It's my opinion. My prediction. I think that juniors will be separated by their ability to engage in a healthy way. Like a junior who gets smarter using AI will be much better than a junior who just didn't pay attention at university, didn't learn how to do anything by themselves. They're not reading when they prompt, they just prompt. I think that the emphasis on scale in media will diminish. So like something being big is not going to matter anymore. Avengers won't be impressive 10 years from now. Instead, we'll care about quality. We'll care about originality, authenticity, because that will become rarer. Right? Like a big movie is not going to be important anymore, because you can make a city look like it's being blown up authentically today for free. You can make a planet split in two. You can make a the Hulk jump on a jet plane and have the jet plane fly away. All of that stuff you can do. It's just going to be worthless to show something that's just spectacle. I think tastemakers will continue to be the gatekeepers of consumer media. So I think like this leads into the second point, which is pressure for curation is going to become so much higher as AI floods all of the algorithm-based channels. And I think people will get bored of those channels too. I think you're going to see in the next 10 years so much AI flooding TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. I mean, it already is that way in Facebook, but even YouTube, like there will be so much AI that the pressure for humans to hide somewhere in spaces that are human driven and that only humans contribute to, that's going to be like so valuable. People will be looking for like, what's the new not shit version of TikTok? What's the new not crappy version of Instagram? And that will rotate like every 3 years. Like there'll just be a new platform that hasn't been flooded by AI yet, and then it'll get flooded by AI until we move to the next one. Just like email was a thing that you had one email 20 years ago, and now you have to have like 10 emails, and there's like 3 of them are the bad emails because they're just so spam filled that there's no reason checking them as inboxes anymore. So as far as like wrapping up this stuff, I'm not confident in any of these takes. I don't think this is like, you shouldn't listen to me. I don't know. I'm just seeing what I see and what it looks like. And obviously a lot of this is copium. Like, I'm someone who benefits from this being the case and this being the case. I just think, oh, hello.
Hey.
Hi.
Just so you know, Winnie's here.
Oh, okay. That's cute. So, Winnie is, I don't know if you heard that. My wife's childhood dog is here. So, I think that, yeah, like people doing things. It's not a 20-year-old dog. I shouldn't say childhood. Her parents' dog. That's what I'm trying to say. It's like 12. It was kind of like her dog before we moved out together. So yeah, I think like things that are authentic are going to feel so much more valuable. Not because they're higher quality even, but because they're just different. It's just going to feel like they have a sense of style. Again, not a higher sense of style. And we see this actually today. I see this a lot with the conversation around phones. There was a time when phones were really quirky. And then they all became iPhones. Everything became a rectangle that was silver and black. And we have been in a silver and black rectangle market for phones for literally 15 years now. And at some point, the appeal of premium, as in it has more megapixels, it has more RAM, it is bigger screen, it has more pixels, is just less appealing today. No one cares about how many megapixels the camera has in a phone because they have enough. So now it's about, well, can you give me an original experience? Can you add something to my life with your device that makes me feel like I'm expressing myself by buying it? That's how it used to be with phones. I think it's going to go back to that because everyone can have a black rectangle. That's easy to do, is to make it a black rectangle that can browse the web. So I think I think that this is the thing that I don't feel confident about, and I'm not sure about, but that I hope is the case. But I don't know what will happen because markets are whatever. I think that the draw to the aesthetic of the original will go up, and the draw for people to get excited by authentic human-made things is going to go up. However, I think the discoverability of those things is a challenge, and that before that happens, I don't think there will be a revolution. I mean, I don't know that there will be a revolution towards authentic things, like as if, like the way that like vinyl records have become kind of like popular again, or like among women, reading books is becoming way more popular. I don't know if that's going to happen for like physical media, but I think the attractiveness of that will go up. My concern is that the attractiveness of having physical things in your life and expressing yourself with the things that you buy, that is competing directly with the economic pressures of convenience. Like, if it's just cheaper, if it's just more convenient to not own your own computer, to rent it, if it's just a little bit more accessible to still have Netflix and have all your stuff be on a service, or PlayStation, own all of the content on a license that you just browse and consume on a subscription, if all of that remains more convenient and more discoverable, then it will be very hard to have original things be economically viable, because they still have to compete in a market at that point. Like Teenage Engineering or the Nothing phones, all of that, all those like niche kind of boutique products, for them to compete economically with the big things, it's very hard. So the concern I have is that when markets get too monopolized, it's even though people want this, they're not going to get it. They're going to get that. Like, that's the concern that I have. And currently, I think Sony are doing that literally right now. I think Sony's argument for removing the disk drive in the PS6 and having disk production cease forever, their argument is consumers have made their choice. Right? Consumers have made their choice. More people buy games through services like online than on discs. So this is what consumers want. I think that is a false claim, mostly because it treats convenience as choice. Convenience is not the same as choice. What I do and what I would prefer to be doing are different things. Like, I work every day, and whether or not I want to take a break, I decide to work, but I don't choose. Like, if I ran out of funds, right, to work on Insignia, and I had to go get a job, you can't look at me going and getting that job and saying, "See, you chose that. You wanted to go get a job." It's like, no, I had to do that. It was the path of least resistance for me to succeed in surviving in life. But that's not the same as my preference. So I think that is really scary. Like the interpreting or arguing that market forces on consumers equals consumer preferences. It's going to take a lot of finesse and intelligence for humanity to overcome that. Yeah. It's very tricky, tenuous ground that I don't know. I don't know the answer to what will happen. I know what I think people would prefer. I don't know what will happen to people. I don't think the average person has a lot of choice over what happens to a market. I mean, nobody asked for AI. Nobody asked for Copilot on their PC. I took the weekend actually to try real vibe coding with the recent Claude model, and goddamn, I'm not made for this. I feel like I've been on a drug-induced trip. Oh, Elsac. Sorry, dude. I think people do want discs. I genuinely think that. I think if you grew up in a time where there were discs and now there aren't, I think, like for me, like I still, literally on the weekend, on Friday, I had my friends over. We're going to play all the FromSoft games over the next few months. I have all the FromSoft games on disc. So it's really easy for me to go, hey, let's play Demon Souls. Whoop, put the disc in, we play it. That's very, very convenient for me. And I love that I can do that. And it makes me upset if I can't do that. Like if I want to watch a movie right now and it's not on a streaming service, I can't watch it. I have to go pirate it. 10, 20 years ago, I could just pull it out of my DVD collection. I own all the Harry Potter DVDs somewhere at my parents' place. If I had them here, I could watch any Harry Potter film whenever I wanted. Now, because I have Netflix, I can watch Harry Potter once every 6 months if Netflix has it, if they have the license for it. But they drop the license every 6 months and it goes somewhere else to some other streaming service. And sometimes nobody has it. So I don't think that's better. Yeah, it's just like, this is the other thing. This is, I mean, we're going to end up talking our heads off here. I'll wrap this up in about 5 minutes. I'll take a break. People act like convenience. I mean, this is like the last 70 years. More, let's say 200 years of the Industrial Revolution. The argument is that convenience is preferable. But actually, as a game designer, convenience is not preferable for the peak experience. The best player experience is not the most convenient experience. It's convenient for you to start the game and then the game goes, you won, and then the credits roll and you get all the achievements. That's maximum convenience. That's not fun to just get all of the I don't know, the things that you value about finishing a game without the experience of the game. And most games that have a progression curve force the player to do things that are less convenient. One, because it makes them appreciate what the things are. Two, because when the game offers them convenience after they've had inconvenience, it feels good, right? It feels good to earn convenience. You could say the same thing about like growing your own vegetables in real life. Like if you have a garden and you grow your own food, you probably value that food a lot higher. You probably waste a lot less of it if you grew it out of your garden. You'll find ways to use that food in different recipes. If you just go across the road and there's a shop there and it's like a monopoly giant grocer and you can't choose how much anything costs because you can't get it yourself, you just have to buy whatever's there, it becomes this like autopilot thing where the value of the food is nothing to you because it costs you nothing to get it. So you waste a lot more, you spend a lot more than you otherwise would. And I mean, sure, if food is something that you're not looking to add to your life experience or whatever, that's fine. But there is something valuable in growing your own produce. We don't all have to do it, but like there's something in that if you just go towards convenience, that stops being something that anyone can appreciate. Even if, 100 years ago, 200 years ago, everybody grew their own food, at least in my in my genetic background. Everyone in Lebanon was making their own food. So yeah, I think like not having to cook, for example, I like cooking. If someone said, you don't have to cook anymore, but you only get to eat this food that's available on Uber Eats, I wouldn't do it every day. I don't do it every day because I prefer to make my own food than to buy from Uber Eats. I want to. It's not more convenient. It's not. It's more convenient to get Uber Eats. It saves me time, costs a little bit more, but it's a service, so like it's worth it, right? If all I had to eat was Uber Eats every day, I would get sick. And there are some people who do eat takeaway every day. And to them, it looks like choice, right? To a market, it looks like, well, people don't want to make their own food. It's tough. So anyway, AI is scary. And if you're asking me, like, do I use it in Insignia? Do I think it's worth using in Insignia? Like, I'm extremely hesitant to let AI anywhere near Insignia, whether it's to make the art get created faster or like anything, any task that's like got anything to do with the player experience. It hasn't even entered the door. Part of that is because I want to make Insignia. And part of it is that I just don't, I think that the cultural value of Insignia being made by me and my team is much greater than the cultural value of Insignia just existing in a market. And my whole identity as a creator online is built around helping people learn how to do things themselves. So who would I be if I was advocating for AI as a way of like making games, bringing games to market faster? So it is complex. It's complicated. Like, yeah, I do use the tab completions, right? I do that. For me, and this is why I don't have a video on my channel about this. For me, this meets my standards. The tab completions do not breach any of my standards because I'm having to read them, approve them, modify them, and then press compile on my own. I'm the one whose intention results in the code that's written. Line by line, every single line. There's not a line of code that is in the Insignia like code base that like I didn't visually look at and go, that's what I want for that to be, enter, you know? Or at least that a human didn't do that for. So I don't feel like it's a breach at all to just be like, you know, int, in this case, like, I don't know what shared count is. So like, I'd have to have a task that I was doing for it to make sense. But yeah, if I like write a function header, if I make a stub and then I start tabbing and it completes the stub and it does what I'm intending it to do, I don't think that breaches at all any of my principles, particularly because it's not player facing code, but unseen, human verified. I mean, I just think I think that there is a fundamental difference between computer, do this task, and as I'm typing, finishing the line that I'm writing. I just think there's different things. It's like someone trying to finish my sentence in a conversation versus someone making a YouTube video on my behalf, you know? It's just a different thing. No, I don't think you can make that argument on dependencies. on like Unity internals. I don't think like you could say that about engines versus not engines. The thing is, engines are maintained. I mean, up until today at least, engines are well. The engines aren't the art. First of all, second of all, engines are operated by companies who are responsible for the maintenance of those engines. Anyway, I feel very comfortable in how I use AI right now. I don't feel comfortable extending that further. And I don't know if the way that my standard is aligns with anybody else's. I think it's I think I can argue it very strongly to an individual, but I don't think that everyone would agree with me necessarily. So I keep it to a minimum, and I don't really, I don't need to talk much about it. You guys can see what I use. You can see that I'm doing it all by hand. You know, the water effects we created the other day, how much AI was in that? Like literally nothing. Like I wrote the entire thing by hand. I drew it by hand. It's the coolest thing in the game right now. And there's no part of it has any relationship with AI at all. All right, because I put the stamina system in. So, I trust myself a lot with this project. I don't really need AI to make good game stuff. Okay. I'm taking a break. Back in about 10 minutes. Okay, we're back. Yeah, this there was a video that kind of stumped me this weekend, or like a little news story on the AI subject that I found quite distressing personally. Not that I felt it was like a personal affront, but just the impact that it had on the broader social sphere, which is like, is it Hank Green who does all the science videos? He put out a video and was kind of like revealed that he didn't write the video. It was like the script was AI generated, and he admitted like, oh yeah, he didn't read it before he filmed the video. And so the errors that were inside of it, he just didn't know that those were errors. He was like prompting to make the video. And that had like made quite a splash, because he is positions himself as like the science communicator expert, right? So if the guy who as the guy who's like supposed to be there to educate you with information that he knows that you trust him with, the fact that that's no longer possible, or at least at the time, it's a breach of trust, right? For someone in that position to sell out basically their skill set and their time to a process that doesn't care. So, and I saw someone make a long TikTok kind of challenging him about like why his apology wasn't really good enough. And it was something about the fact that, he obviously admitted that it wasn't a good choice and that he should be more thorough in the future. But they were saying, well, it's actually that you don't understand why it was a breach of trust. And you don't understand that this is the One Ring. That's how that was the comparison they made. Like, this will corrupt you inherently. To use it is a corruption inherently, and there's no good way to write a video with AI, was their claim. Because it is by definition anti-human. It's by definition, whatever. And I just don't know, like, I personally don't know if I agree with that. I don't think that's the case. And I think all power is corrupting. But I also think that we all have a relationship with power that it's our responsibility to maintain a healthy relationship with power. All tools can be abused. So I think just saying AI bad forever, riot. I don't know if it's practical, and I don't know if it's a sound ethical take either. Even as someone who is interested in the ethics, just saying like no, you can make the argument, but I just don't think I'm convinced by that argument, because I'm prepared to. I think we have to live in the middle somewhere of, okay, what does technology allow us to do, and then how should we approach creating standards for doing that responsibly? Because if you try to boycott something entirely without standards, and that thing has the quality of AI where it's like, it's like a Pandora's box thing, what you kind of end up doing is just placing you're sort of under-preparing your society for it. Which, I don't know. We're kind of talking about like some meta-ethical stuff here. This is kind of like beyond, your personal, what you should use it for, or what an influencer should use it for. It's more like society, what society ought to expect itself to do. So I don't know. Like, is autocomplete on my phone unethical? There's like this sliding scale where at a certain point, yeah, it becomes unethical. I'm prepared to draw the line for myself. I'm a utilitarian when it comes to ethics. I think that I can very clearly draw up what I think is a healthy use of technology for humans across as wide of a domain as possible, applicable down at the individual level, versus not healthy. I think you can do that. It just takes a bit of effort, and it's not perfect, but you have to do it. That's how I look at this stuff. Because I can see people, for example, my uncle, he doesn't have any kids, but his wife has nieces and nephews. So he's got nieces and nephews not by blood, by marriage. Obviously, I'm his nephew too, but anyway. His by marriage nephews are the most textbook Gen Alpha kids. They're so like iPad, like only playing Fortnite. They have like a broken household that they live in, so like their mother's not around. They're not watched most of the day. They're kind of like they're having a really tough go, these kids. But they're actually so smart. And I was so like, he asked me if I could go hang out with them for a while to like, one of them's 15 and he's thinking of dropping out of school and he wants to build computers. So it was like, Adam, can you talk to him? You like computers. Can you point him in the right direction? Was like one of the things. But he's got 2 other brothers as well. And 3 sisters. 6 of these kids. But I was with the boys and it struck me that like in the right environment, these boys would all be engineers. No doubt. Mechanical engineers, whatever. They have like the mind for it. They're very curious. They're very self-motivated. They love thinking about how things work. And they're doing it with AI. Like one of the kids is literally 12. And he's like, oh, I have this game that I'm playing. It's this soft body physics car sim game that I play. And I want to get my dad's boat in the game. So I downloaded Blender and I'm asking ChatGPT how to get this Blender model that I've got into the game. He's 12. It's like you are the perfect example of someone who is furthering their own education without even thinking about it. Like you're using AI in a way that's so enriching for you because you're like halfway towards being a game dev at 12 because you're just curious. You know, that's a good thing. I'm okay saying that, you know. That's an incredibly valuable thing. He will look back in his life and find, and maybe he might not be able to, but I can look at that part of his life and say that's a very special quality that he has, that curiosity. I would be so invested if I was his teacher or his professor or whatever in nurturing that. And the fact that he can use AI to do it himself when he doesn't have a person in his life, he doesn't have a parent or a teacher looking out for him, that's so valuable. So there must be something valuable there. It's not something that's completely destructive in that context. It's incredibly constructive. But how do you teach someone to identify the constructive aspects and to navigate towards the constructive aspects, to invest in their own self rather than be distracted for hours and hours and hours, you know, every day. All right. So I think regarding scene map, I've done a nice mock-up for what I wanted to do for this. It's not right yet. It's certainly not something that I could mock this up and put it in the game, I guess. Maybe I will. Maybe I'll just make this. It's literally just a slideshow that takes 3 images paired with some text that I want to display in a window. Did we decide? I don't know if Elzak is still here. I can't remember if we decided to do this in a separate window or inline inside of scene map. I think it doesn't matter as long as I can just make a view. Zombo, that's okay, dude. Maybe aliens exist, but none we've seen. I'm not interested in it. Ooh, I'm eating Doritos. Just Doritos. It should be a node that spawns when you click the local port button. So, like the inspector, but not the inspector. Okay. What about like a modal? Like an actual, like, dim the screen. You don't like modals, but dim the screen, show it in front of you. You have to click past it to get out of it. I don't know if it needs to be resizable. That's the only thing. Like, yeah. Like you shouldn't have to like drag it around and close it. All right, let me just work on it then. Oh, you want to see what I did? Check it out. What's a good example? Watch this. Grab this, go to that. The label goes between the two anyway. It doesn't go halfway between here and there. It just goes where it would have gone along the way and just lets that keep going. And then I also have it that it lights up the dot when you do the thing. So I added a list of event connections, and I'm just adding and removing to and from the list. There's no easier way that I could think of. It's just for the view. It's not in the serialized data. It's just, yeah. So you can have multiple of these going there. You could delete one of them. You do the other one, it goes away. So that works. And then, yeah. So the next thing is we want to make this modal. Ah, thanks, Elzak. Now, I think this modal should be like an inspector. The modal container should just exist. Actually, I need a pee. I'll be back in a sec. Okay. So we're doing a modal. Hey, what's your question? Okay, so we're doing a modal, and we are in, where is scene graph? Why is this gone all weird? That's what I want. Cool. So this is going to be an editor script. It's not a runtime script as far as I can tell. Yeah, of course. And then in the editor, settings manager, we got all these functions. Graph elements. Well, it is a graph element, won't it be? I imagine it will be. Well, it's not movable, so it could be a visual element, right? of feels like a first-class citizen, but I'm not entirely sure. Let's ask, what is the primary difference in philosophy between Unity UI Toolkit, graph elements versus visual element? I think I understand what this is, but visual elements, anything in UI Toolkit, graph element is something specific that goes into a graph. Wasn't meant as the class. That's okay. Graph element is a graph editor specific specialization built on top of visual element. It adds concepts and behavior useful for node graphs. Graph element, nodes, edges, ports. Okay, so it's just a visual element is what we want. So in editor, we need a new file. I'm going to call this modal.cs. Maybe just modal for now. Using Unity engine. Using Unity editor. Public class. This is going to be a namespace. Is it up on Hill Scene Graph? I can't even remember. Modal. Visual element. Okay, so what is the job of the modal? It's really just lives on the root at the top level, dismissible with an X button. Container for any other element. That's pretty much it. First though, it's more like black, transparent texture, background. Sure. That's pretty much what it is. That's what a modal is. So, see, this is helpful for me because, like, yeah, of course, it's going to be positioned absolute. Actually, it might be better to make this part of the CSS or the USS. That's what I would do. Yeah. Just do that. And then I think I have black. I don't have black. Oh, I do have black. Theme black. But I specifically don't want... I want the background color to have an opacity. So it is RGBA. I like 2/3. Sometimes I like 80%. Okay. So then we can go to scene graph, view, scene graph window, root visual element dot add. So I think that we should have a thing called modal here. And I think this goes at the very, very end. So this should go very dark if we did it right. Hooray! We did it. Okay. What did it? To getting started in game dev, should I use Godot or Unity? Because my PC is not high-end. I think Godot is a good start for a low-end PC. How do you divide your time to learn code and pixel art? I learned code at university a little bit, and I learned pixel art by myself. And I like to do both. So I didn't really, I don't like study those two things. I just enjoyed them, you know? Gimati says, I'm curious, what's your process tie-in of all the different principles? Like, how do you decide when to work on art versus coding or versus whatever? I try to apply an approach that's consistent with this. So like, it's not a very good way to describe it unless I explain what this is, but the quick version is, what is the path of least resistance to the most critical answer to any of the questions that you have right now? So if you're building a game, the first thing you want to know is this fun? And the fastest way to do that is to build a prototype that's not pretty, but works. Build a working prototype. That won't involve art, that'll involve code and design. Then you want to play test it. So now you need a little bit of, you need some way for your player to have a user experience that helps them understand and learn how it works, and to build some sort of relationship with the game, to play it. So you have, basically your goal is to have a good relationship with players while you're building the game, and anything you can do that gets you closer, the closest to your next playtest, that's what you should work on as a basic rule. And you should do the minimum to get there. What's the absolute minimum that you need to get to your next playtest? Does this do auto? I don't know if this works this way. I just want to see what happens when I do this. Yeah, that's not right. Is it really left 50%? Yeah, that's not right, dude. You need to subtract your width from that. So we need, I mean, I don't even know how to do that. Is it actually the parent that's supposed to be like doing flex? That's what I want. So we need to know if the click is outside of the modal, and I don't know how to do that. Like, yeah, okay, that's what I want. That's exactly what I'm trying to do. Perfect. That is Copilot, yeah. Blight Hunter. Yeah, for me, like, this autocomplete is like totally permissible, totally fine, not destructive. Like, I was thinking about doing this check, and I wasn't sure if there was like a more reasonable industry standard way to maybe, like, you know, do you pass the event to the contents and then use that? Like, is there a better way to defer the input event so that, you know, but if it's like, okay, just check the world bounds, that's what I would have done. And it writes that, and I can say, yes, that's what I was choosing to do anyway. Done. I know how it works. I'm happy to use that solution. I'm signing off on it. I tested it. Like, it's very functional, you know? It's not about expression. It's just like, I need to do this thing. This does that. Okay. So I think we're done with building the modal behavior. I guess we could put the X right at the top of that if we want. Sure. We don't even really need that. Yep. Exactly. All of that. Minus this. Try that. But not there. Do I put it inside of contents? No. I think I don't want to do that. It's there, but I want... Okay. I guess I could give it a heading and put the thing on the left. So like, we could do like a modal header. And then give it a title. So like, simplify it, the baba. So the header is width 100%, height can be 40 pixels. The title, probably don't need to do that yet. And then let's get some text in there. See what happens. It's actually Unity SS, not CSS. So it's an editor script for Unity. I think that's what you do. So that's right. And then the header, that's right there. And then the header goes in the contents, right? So whoops. That's not going to work. I mean, it's not CSS files. It's called USS, but it's basically CSS. Yeah, this is tough. I guess we need to figure out if I was doing this in Figma, right? It's like I got a big space and it's whatever. And now I want to make this like this and put this with a fill on it there. Then I would want my little X like that. And I would want some title here. So the first thing I would do is take this and make them this. I would put this here. I would make this fill container. I would make this fill container. And that's how I would set that up. Then I would take these two and stack them vertically. Then I would make this hug contents. And then if I made this bigger, the hope would be that this didn't have any padding. No, this is a fixed size. There's no padding, no gap, but it is centered the content. Then I make this fill the container, and then this changes the size of that. That's what I need to happen. So I need to basically replicate this. This is canvas. This is modal. This is modal header. This is modal contents. So modal needs to hug its children in terms of size. It's a good parent. It hugs its children. No. This is the whole modal. This is the whole thing. So it's not that. It's modal wrapper, which we don't have yet. In which case the header is separate. It's okay. Visual element container equals new visual element. Modal container, which we modal wrapper. Nice, much closer. And now we need the header to fill. Not quite. Boom. Sweet. Easy peasy. So now this is the thing that controls the size of everything. If I make this 800 by 600, the modal title still sits there and the X still sits there. So now we can make any overlay we want and it'll behave correctly. So when we open the modal, we need a content and we need a string title. Hopefully we can still close that. Yep. Yep. So it should not be there on load. Perfect. And we can still use the rest of the app. Amazing. All right. Well, the other question I had was, does this stop propagation of the events when it's open? So we need to not be able to do anything else with the whole thing while it's open. Yeah, it's great. Amazing. So now, I guess we just have a new file and we call this, well, first of all, let's commit this because that's actually a really good stop point. I felt good. So now we just need something that's a new file, and this is going to be called port onboarding, I guess. I don't think this is a... What is this? It's kind of not even really a class. It's just like a thing that contains images. What's the job of this thing? I mean, it's fine to host it in a class. I need to load some resources. So there's going to be... some texture 2Ds called images. Maybe it shouldn't be images. Maybe they should be... Hey, Floki, thanks for the redeem. Maybe these should be not just images, but whatever. Why doesn't it like that? Ah, because we're not in the class. And then maybe it's like... Gosh, I don't even really know. I suppose we could just hard code all of the slides manually. But let's do it as images for now. So what I kind of want to do is like carousel almost. It feels like a lot of effort though. Like my goal is to do something like this. Literally take this, put it inside of this. Maybe some arrows. I don't really have a good example of something that does this already. I mean, there's precedent as like a piece of UX, but like... I think this should be something that can be anything. And so we could make a carousel, and we could do more carousels. I think text and image is pretty good. So maybe I just treat it like that. I have like a picture, I have some text. I don't know. It could just be a thing like this where you just click through and every time you click it just changes the slide. That would be the easiest thing to do. But if you wanted to go back, you'd need a way to go back. I don't know what this should be. That's pretty straightforward there, right? I think I'll just do that. So I take this and I shrink it. Not you, you. And then I just do my arrows here and here. And if I'm really, really, really cheeky, and I can find anything in my... You put these here instead. This is Figma. And then we could do something like that. Yeah, I can see that. All right, so let's see what the damage is. So that's it. That's the carousel. You have the container, which is just the element that goes inside of this thing. Then you have left, contents, right. The contents has an image, text, pagination. I think that's doable. I guess this is not a thing of slides, it's just a thing of visual element. It can be taxing, yeah. It can be tiresome if it's constantly suggesting stuff. You get used to it. All right. That's what I want. Yep. Yep. Hey, Anderson, thank you so much for the sub. How's it going? Andre, thank you. That's a pretty ugly way to do it, but that's currently how I would do it. Huh. That's pretty cool too, actually. Yeah, that's cool. Means you can click the dots and it goes to the page. That's pretty neat. Whoa. Okay. So, can I do like an... Is that a thing I can do? I don't think so. I might just add a button to like the... Well, actually, the real way to do it would be to literally make that button do it. Okay. Hey. So here we need to put like a slide. But for now, I think we should be able to just have this go and then see all the bits that we've added. So let's go back to carousel. And we want to show the previous button, the next button, all that stuff. So what have we got? We got carousel previous. Carousel next. I don't know if we've got icon previous and icon next. I've got order arrow. Hey, there we go. Well, that didn't work though. Can I do that after? Nope. Well, for now we'll just deal with it. What is the size of this thing? Also, oh no, it is bilinear. Okay, sure. So, we decided that we would want these to be inside of the carousel itself is a class. Did I give that? Nope. So carousel, we need to distribute. So like flex, direction, row, justify content center. That's correct. Okay. How do we do this thing? Flex direction column align item center. How is that right? How does it know what order it's going? That's better. That's what I want. Okay. So now this is just going to be whatever size it is. And then this is going to be whatever size it is. So perfect. So now we've added pagination. No pagination, boys. There's your pagination. It's got the elements. Carousel pagination dot. There they are. Not happy with that. They don't have the gap that I expect them to have. Where is the gap? Very funny. Okay. Okay. Amazing. Almost ready for some content. I think we are ready for some content. A little too dark, that 66%. Well, be nice if we could blur the background too. That would be really good. I don't think that's possible, but I mean, a girl can hope. Okay, I think we just tried a little too hard there. We girl bossed a little too close to the sun there. All right. Cool. So what is the next thing we need? We need to be able to send in these images. And I guess I could just load them manually or wrap them in a class. Doesn't really matter to me. I guess we want to define a slide first. I guess we've already done that. A slide is a visual element that has a title and an image. Hey, Lathe. Whoa, it thundered. It's gonna rain? What the heck? Oh, huge sneezes. You guys got saved just then. So that was so close. That was the closest. I've almost missed it. Fury says, very unrelated to scene map, what is your take on copying pretty specific mechanics from other games into your own game? Like, do you think it would be okay if I were to hypothetically copy, for example, the guard parry mechanic from Insignia? I would care. Whether one should care is a different question. I wouldn't advise you to. I don't think you should copy any mechanics from Insignia directly. But you could explore something that makes sense for your game that involves guarding and parrying in a way that makes sense best. You know what I mean? Like, copying mechanics from another game wholesale just because they're in another game is kind of like probably missing an opportunity to do it right in your game. Because the reason why it works the way that it does in Insignia is like context aware with all the other mechanics. So if you don't have all the other mechanics, why would you add that for the sake of it? Oh, okay. So like, I'm not happy about, like, I wouldn't make a game, you know, that was like Pokemon, where you just threw balls at monsters. You know what I mean? Like, I just wouldn't do that. If I wanted to do like a monster taming game, I would pick some other mechanic. Just do something else similar. Because like I'm not copying like Sekiro directly. You know what I mean? I don't have like a Mikiri counter and like a this and that. Where's my image, bro? It's got a height of 0. That's not good. I mean, inspiration is fine. I guess I would need to know what it is you're trying to make. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't sound like I have a good understanding of what you're proposing, so I can't tell you if you should do it or not. What is an image? Hey, thanks for the sub, Fantasy. Is hot reload useful? Yeah, very useful. I use it all the time. Hey, look at that. It's alive. For big projects, it's kind of essential. Yeah, I need it for sure. I wouldn't run a project without it. Even for a jam, I just use it all the time. Okay, that's pretty good. Okay. So what's the name of my port onboarding slide? I need to add a class to the title. Slide title. And then go over to here and go. Yep. Nope. Is it not text align center? Is that not how to do that? And I wonder actually if the port kind of analogy here is not a good one, because it's not draggable. So why am I drawing it as if it is draggable? You know what I mean? Hello. It's starting to really rain now. So I'm still not understanding why this is not centering the text. Is that a thing? Oh my God, it is. Right, well, thank you, Copilot. Okay, now we need, we definitely need more padding inside of ding, 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 this guy. I want to see more padding everywhere on the carousel. Let's get that bad boy up to 20. Hey, Poryasby. Welcome. Poyrasby. Modal header probably doesn't need a margin of 10 pixels anymore. Okay. Okay. No. Ta-da! Hey, how's it going? Oh. Cool. Okay. Well, I feel productive. I'm glad I got this working. It's cool that Figma and Unity have mostly the same DOM and USS model. I have never had my games be pirated. Well, I kind of have. There's not much you can do about it. I'm pretty tired. I think I'm done for the day. You guys can watch my YouTube video if you want. I just uploaded a new one. Let's check off this thing. Create inspector tutorial for port setup. Validate onboarding flow storyboard. Well, this is still a me task. So is this. This is a project management tool that I'm doing a little bit of consulting on called Looking for Project. It's very, very new. It's in beta, but I like it a lot. This actually was my idea. This dependency graph. If you could believe that, says the guy working on a Unity graph. Okay, cool. So I can now do this. I can rearrange these. I can do this. I can do this. I can do that. Ooh, that's not very good. Ooh, how do I stop that from happening? But it's going from here, isn't it? So how was I going to stop? Oh, geez. I guess I would have to figure out which one was going where, I guess. Yeah, this D stands for graph. That's correct. Yeah, why does that start in a different spot relative to that? Also, how did these break? Oh, because they are going to the midpoint. Oh, no. Dude, that sucks. Hey, Gimoti. I think that's an ADHD thing. I've heard. I don't know if it is, but I've heard it's an ADHD thing. If you just like pour a drink and you go glug 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 glug. My wife does that and she definitely has it. Dude, that is so freaking annoying that this is behind that and I can't. How do I check that that's the case? I have to check if any other node is between here and here. Ugh. That sucks. I think I just give up at that point, huh? Oh, yeah. No. It's pour a drink, drink 80%, leave the drink. That's the ADHD special. Drink 80% of it in one gulp and then leave 20% next to your 7 other glasses that are 20% full. All right. I think I'm done. Yeah. What else can I do today? Like Insignia stuff? I can't be bothered. I want to cook some food. I'm tired. Okay. Well, I'll get up bright and early tomorrow and we'll work on it. I have some pitch things to do. This week should all be pitch related. It's just Insignia stuff. After today. Unless Elzac happens to have... Unless he pushes a bunch of work for me to work on for CMAP. But I don't think he does. So it'll be Insignia stuff. Very scary. But it shouldn't be. Because what do I have? I have my build. I have my pitch deck. I need like maybe a sizzle reel. Maybe. Not much else. All right, pals. Thank you so much for checking out the stream today. Let's find someone to raid and get out of here. It was a pleasure. Let's raid Booyah. You should definitely wishlist Insignia if you haven't already. Do you know right now on YouTube, for those of you on Twitch, you're getting overrun because the YouTube audience right now is 85 people. It's more than halfway. It used to be I'd get like 10, 15 people on YouTube. It's now half of my Twitch audience. It might become primary platform before too long. Got to be careful. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for checking out the stream today. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.